Thank you very much. It's 4 o'clock, 4:01 according to my clock on August the 26th, and call the afternoon session to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Romero Worth. A salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Rivera. And the invocation will be led by Councilor Cassett Sanchez, and then we can have some remembrances if there are folks we wish to call to mind. So please rise with me and participate in the pledge and the salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
So as you all probably know, today is the 100th anniversary of the passing of the 19th Amendment, women's right to vote, or rather some women's right to vote. I think it's very important that we note that not all women really gained suffrage, but we did take the step in the right direction. I therefore wanted to read a couple quotes from suffragists that are really speaking to me, both in celebration and also looking at the tasks that we have ahead of us and that we've been undertaking. People say, what is the sense of our small effort? They cannot see that we must lay one brick at a time, take one step at a time. A pebble cast into a pond causes ripples that spread in all directions. Each one of our thoughts and deeds is like that. No one has a right to sit down and feel hopeless. There is too much work to do. And that was from Dorothy Day. And then one more. Every dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars and change the world. That was Harriet Tubman. And I wanted to think on these words as we know that sometimes it does feel like we're not making a difference when we are trying to improve the world and make things better. With us in our seats, sometimes the grind of local government can feel very slow, and sometimes they are small changes, but we know that we are adding up to make a difference. And so I wanted to thank all of you for serving the city and for serving with me and all of our staff, as well as our constituents who reach out to us and let us know how we can best serve. So thank you, everyone. And then Mr. Mayo, hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Are there folks who would like to remember someone? Just let me see a hand and I'll call in. If not, let's just take 1 minute together to bow our heads, think about people in our community who are dealing with suffering, with COVID, with the challenges of economic hardship. Let's just keep everybody in our community in our thoughts and in our prayers for a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everybody. With that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Of course. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Here.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilor Villarreal.
Present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Item number 6 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell has moved to approve the
Second.
agenda. And we have a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Could you please call the roll?
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you very much. Item number 7 on our agenda for today is the consent calendar. Are there items to be taken off of the consent calendar? Counselor Garcia, I see you have a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove item D.
D as in David,
Yes, sir.
all right? Are there other items from the consent calendar? Counselor Villarreal, I see your hand.
Nothing to take off, but to co-sponsor item E.
Co-sponsoring item E along with Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Move to approve
As amended,
as amended.
Second.
thank you. Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Item number 8 on our agenda is approval of minutes from the regular governing body meeting of August 12, 2020. Are there changes, amendments, additions to that body, that group of set of minutes? If
Move
not,
for approval.
we have a motion to approve from Counselor Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Counselor Cassett Sanchez, I believe. Could you call the roll on that?
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. That brings us to item number 9, presentations. Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have presentations today.
That's correct. We have none, sir.
Thank you. In which case we move to item 10D, if you could read that for us, please.
Yes, this is a request for approval of the 2018 State Homeland Security Grant Program sub-grant amendment to extend the period of performance through September 30th, 2020. And this is with the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. And we have Kyle Mason available for questions.
Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Kyle, quick question for you. Am I forgetting wrong? Did this have also it says security upgrades, but wasn't there training associated with this as well?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the overall grant does have training affiliation. There are no more trainings for this POP extension. We are just looking for the one camera unit that was discussed in the previous agenda or the previous committees. Generally, there are SWAT type 2 trainings associated with this, but due to COVID-19, some of those trainings were unable to be had for this grant period of performance, and we will be utilizing ShishGap 2019 that has gone through as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure on that. With that, no further questions, Mayor. I'll move to approve.
Counselor Garcia has moved to approve. Is there a second? Counselor Lindell seconds. Could you please call the roll?
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Item 11A. Madam Clerk, could you read us into that?
Yes. Item 11A is request for approval of amendment number 2 to termination agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe Estates, incorporating the cure proposal submitted by Santa Fe Estates to address the city's objections. We have Rich Brown presenting.
And I believe Ms. Salazar as well.
And Andrea
Yeah,
Salazar.
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking for Ms. Salazar. She is my teammate on this. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is a very complex termination agreement, so I'm hoping that our legal counsel can walk through any questions the council may have, but I don't. On here, she might be checking in.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. So are there questions about this agreement, either for Mr. Brown or for our city attorney?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Councilor Rivera. Is there discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
very good. Item, the next item on our agenda is 11B. If you could read us into that, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is request for approval of amendment number 1 to the building lease agreement between the City of Santa Fe and the Food Depot, Inc. It's an amendment that would provide the Food Depot the ability to facilitate improvements to the leased building and rectify the concerns addressed with the current lease and enter into a sublease with Affordable Solar. They're the solar provider, while staying in compliance with City of Santa Fe lease terms. And we have Rich Brown available for questions.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. I heard Councilor Lindell first. Is there discussion?
I have a quick question, Mayor.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Just making sure that with this change in the agreement, the lease agreement, that the Food Depot will be still responsible for the maintenance, upkeep, and any technical needs that the solar panels will have now and into the future.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council Villarreal. I'm going to defer to Andrea on that. I don't know if it's inside the lease agreement, but they are actually managing the solar install and management through the terms of the lease, and we changed it so that they have that 20-year period. We may need to respond to you with a response, but I don't have an actual answer on the specific piece.
Ms.
Mayor,
Salazar?
Andrea may have an answer to that question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilor Villarreal, the lease does require them to maintain the building and anything that they own. With this amendment, the responsibility of the solar panels is on them. And so we haven't changed any of those terms.
Okay, just making
Mr.
sure.
Mayor and Councilor Villarreal, I did get a note from Regina at Public Works that the solar company maintains the solar panels in this model. So there is someone who is maintaining the upkeep of the
Right.
equipment.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I know it would be the solar panel or the solar company, but I know that any of those responsibilities to make that happen would be the responsibility of the leasee, correct?
Correct.
You're getting a head shake from Ms. Salazar on that one.
Great. Thank you all. That's all I have.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you very much. We move then to item 11C, if you could bring that forward, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 11C is consideration of a resolution supporting the 9th Annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive. And Ian is available for questions.
Okay.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second has been made. Discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll then?
Yes. Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. And then the final item on our discussion action agenda is D, if you could read that
Yes.
for us.
Item 11D is request for approval of lease agreement amendment number 1 with the Santa Fe Recovery Center for extended use of the King Hall Dormitory located at Midtown Santa Fe. And we have Sam Burnett presenting.
Okay. Are there questions for Mr. Burnett?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, discussion. Counselor Vihel Coppler.
thank you. I just want to make sure this rent, what is it? Is it per month, per year? What is it?
Mr. Burnett?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think Mr. Burnett's on the call, but maybe Ms. Salazar can answer the question.
Okay. Ms. Salazar, can you help us with the rent provisions?
Yes, the rent provisions are per month.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Item number 12 on our agenda for this afternoon are matters from the city manager. City manager, do you have something for us today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I don't have any items at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 13 then brings us to matters from the city attorney. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I would recommend that we go into executive session to discuss pending litigation, specifically 2 district court cases in the First Judicial District Court in Santa Fe, Gail Gilbert v. City of Santa Fe, with case numbers 2020-00979 and 2019-2819.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move that we move into executive session to discuss the matters listed on the agenda as recommended by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
All right. It may take a minute to get the executive session room set up for everyone to move over to that space, but let's adjourn over to that area and take up the items brought to us by the city attorney.
How's your dinner, Dee? I think that'll be fine. Do you need anything done to help you? No, thank you. I know you're in the meeting. We're going from regular session to executive session. Like right now? Yeah. That looks good. Can I have one bite of it? Of course. I'm just trying to get my stuff back in there so I don't have to keep it. I get it. This thing looks good, Dee. It looks fabulous. Should I lock that door or does it matter? So who got, did he get your friend across the street, the golfer, get any apple cake? No, I can take some time later. I ate several pieces of it today. If you want to text him all the time, I left it out there for him. It's up to you. I'll do that, get one, but you should bend over to do it. Okay, let me do it. I'm trying to wind it down, you know, so I can focus on my tech support. I'm getting there, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Just to remind everybody that we are on YouTube and on Santa Fe Gov Television too.
All right. Let's see, we're mostly all back. And we are live on YouTube, so our technology is working. All right. Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion for us?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we return from executive session, stating for the record that discussion items are limited to those issues listed on the agenda.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Councilor Lindell first, so we have a motion from Councilor Rivera, second from Councilor Lindell. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes?
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you. So we are back to our afternoon calendar. Having completed item 13, item 14 is matters from the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have any matters?
No matters this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Item 15 is communications from the governing body. Councilor Lindell.
I have nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, continue with this tour around the district. Right now, behind me is the Santa Fe River Park and Trail. Santa Fe River brings back tons of fond memories, as I'm sure it does for a lot of you folks. Growing up, I remember when that thing was gushing with water. Now we're lucky to have a trickle, but still thankful for that trickle that we do have it. The trail walk spans from Patrick Smith Park all the way down to the Camino Real Park. So if you want to get in a good bike ride, you got 10 miles of awesome, beautiful Santa Fe scenery. I recently had the opportunity to visit with Andy Otto with the Santa Fe Watershed Association, and he was showing me where they're going to be installing some Zuni bowls that will help with erodation in certain parts of the river. So I just want to give a shout out to him and their team for helping to keep the river as awesome as it is, and get out, get some fresh air, take a walk, go splash in the water, have some fun. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel Coppler, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully sometime soon we can have the fishing derby, Councilor Garcia. So all tout behind me is the Genoveva Chavez ice rink. And I'm hoping from at least emails that I've read, I don't know that it's open, I do know that Albuquerque rinks are open, and I'm hoping this rink will open. We have had, still have, and I still receive emails about it. So I'm going to make a push for the ice rink to open. The next thing I'd like to do is thank John Romero. He followed up very quickly on an issue that I brought up at Public Works with regard to the dust that's occurring at Richards and Beckner at a construction site, and he moved very quickly. It's not resolved yet, but everything is being resolved. At least the dust is hopefully not happening because the building has stopped momentarily. And then the third thing I want to mention is I want to give a real big shout out to the State Employees Credit Union. I learned this week now that during times of COVID, where our school kids are having to learn and do their studies at home, the issue that comes up is, what do parents do with their children when they have to go to work? Well, the State Employees Credit Union, who has branches, 2 in Santa Fe, 1 in Rio Rancho, 2 in Albuquerque, Las Lunas, Belen, Las Vegas, and so on. They have set up, they have increased their bandwidth and set up classrooms within the branches for employees who have to go to work, and they bring their children, and the credit union hired tutors to work with the children and go through their lessons while their parents are working, in the credit union. So I just thought that was a phenomenal thing. People I've told about this have really gotten goosebumps. It's just a wonderful business decision that deals with COVID and helps employees at the same time. And I thought it was very unusual. Now I understand that they're getting requests from just the general public. Hey, can we take our children there? It's been, the employees are just so filled with gratitude, and I just thought it was a really neat community interest story, and something where a business is doing some good things for their employees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That is a good story. Councilor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to shout out and acknowledge Nate Seiss and the Parks crew. They were out in District 3 the last couple of weeks, and they did a really good job with our medians. So thank you to Mr. Seiss and his crew. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want you to know that there's lightning and thunder on my side of town. So if I disappear, it's because of lightning and thunder. Bye.
I just heard a very loud crack. That's when I turned around in the middle of a comment. It wasn't turning away from the comment. It was the power of the storm. I hope you don't disappear, by the way, for the record. Councilor Rivera, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to give a big congratulations to all the retirees citywide. In pre-COVID days, we probably would have had a little ceremony in the council chambers where we'd have acknowledged and probably given them non-bearware for all their years of service and everything they've done. So we're not able to do that now, but I just wanted to congratulate all of the retirees that throughout the city that have really served us well for many, many years. I wanted to wish my mother and my eldest daughter a happy birthday. They have birthdays coming up on September 7th and 10th, respectively. So wish them a great day in these COVID days. So I know things will be different, but happy birthday to them. I also wanted to give a quick rundown on things that are going on at the airport. I know it's hard. We haven't had any airport advisory meetings, but they had some pretty good results from a FAA inspection, Part 129. That inspection went extremely well. Some of the projects completed were the runway 20 safety area, rehab of a couple of other runways. Some of the runway 1020 has been repaved. The north ramp, they've upgraded lighting to LED lighting, which I think is a great thing. They've closed out some grants. Some other things that I think are important for us to note is that the parking lot expansion land use is signed off on the design. Final grading for runoff collection for LED points are being calculated. The terminal design, that's also in the works. So things are moving out there. I know, it's difficult because we've had some situations where people feel like we have money just sitting there and things aren't working. So those are some things that are happening out at the airport, and just wanted to make the governing body aware of those. I also have some legislation to address, but let me bring that up from Jesse, if you just give me a second.
You want me to read it into the record, Counselor?
That'd be great, sure.
Sure. This is an ordinance amending 12-2.1 of our city code to update the version of the International Fire Code adopted by the city of Santa Fe.
Very good. So I'll be introducing that legislation, and it'll be making its way through the process. So that's all for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to recognize that today is Women's Equality Day. And thank you, Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez, for bringing up the momentous anniversary, the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which was celebrated last week. And I wanted to thank the League of Women Voters of Santa Fe County for organizing a virtual parade on Sunday. There was a decent amount of folks that came out, and it was a nice celebratory moment. It was quick. Everyone stayed in their cars. Everyone wore masks, and it was a nice way to celebrate, even though we're in this situation where we can't celebrate together, but we made it work, and I'm appreciative of that. And I just wanted to say that, with this particular anniversary and the ratification of the 19th Amendment, allowing women the right to vote, we definitely thank women during those times that did tireless work, that paved the way for this right to have our voices heard, and those that continue to fight for that right. But I did want to take an opportunity to reflect that this is both historic, and it was also fraught with issues, because it only granted white women the right to vote, and it took nearly half a century more for Black women and other women of color to be granted this right. And so I just wanted to say that although this was a milestone for the feminist movement, this celebration is overshadowed by the injustices that Black women and women of color continue to face today concerning their voting rights, even a century later. So just wanted to say that even though we're fewer than 80 days away from this year's critical election, that it's imperative that we recognize the power and importance of our vote. And as some elected officials attempt to suppress our voices, limiting mail-in voting during this global pandemic, closing down polling places and purging registration rolls, we're really lucky that in New Mexico, we don't have that situation. And we hope that in order to honor the women's right to vote, that we make sure that we get everybody out there to cast their votes for leaders that respect and protect all people's rights. So just wanted to make that statement, and hope that next year and the years that follow, we can have celebrations that are together in person. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a little helper with me today. He is part of my communications. I want to wish him a happy second birthday. Yeah, he turned 2 on Monday, so that was very exciting. We had a big weekend in our household. Also a happy anniversary to my husband. We celebrated 6 years of marriage he turned 2 on Monday. We had our anniversary on Sunday. Get him a little mixed up because big events happening. And then also a happy birthday to my nephew who turned 4 on Friday. So August is a really big month for us. And that was all. Also, we have some lightning striking overhead and my computer did crackle. So same with Councilor Romero Worth. If I disappear, that's why, and I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. If we're doing birthdays, happy birthday to city manager's dad and city manager's son. Family first. Congratulations to them and to mom and daughter. Thanks to all of the folks who are fighting the fires right now. Tough going. And we appreciate both the work of outside groups, but certainly Chief Litzenberg and Chief Babcock and all the men and women who are working so hard to really restore safety and end the fire. Thanks to everybody going back to school. Councilor Vihil-Coppler is right. There are extraordinary circumstances, families stretched thin, teachers working at a distance and remote and virtual conditions, students working the same way, families stretched, and the district, I think, is doing its utmost to make this work under difficult and challenging conditions, and we all appreciate them and we want to help them. And then one last word on behalf of the census. It's still important. If we're talking about bringing money back to New Mexico, everybody's voice counts. So if you have not filled out the census form online, it takes all of about 5 minutes and it turns into a significant amount of money for us in local government to help everybody in our community with their needs. So please do fill out the census. That's all I have. It's about 16 minutes before 6. I would recommend that we take a break and reconvene at 6 o'clock. Meeting is suspended until then. Thank you, everybody. All right, we are live on YouTube for the 6 o'clock session. I need to bring us back into session. And if everybody's present, pretty sure we have the full complement with us. Now we're all present and accounted for. Jesse Guillen caught a mistake that I made this afternoon at the end of our session in bringing items from the governing body. I forgot an item that I'm introducing, and I need to quickly read it into the record. Oh, we have a report from Councilor Romero Worth, no power at her house. No power here. 2 minutes ago, it says. I'm not sure what we, case of a power outage, what do we do with that? Let me do a quick check with her.
That's going to make it tough for Councilor Romero Worth to watch the convention tonight.
Apologies, everyone. I was just trying to get a plan for Councilor Romero Worth. She's hearing that power outage for her residents and the neighborhood will go on until 9 o'clock tonight. And she's currently without power. We're trying to get her to, I'm in City Hall and the lights are on and the power is here. She may just jump into her vehicle and get downtown as fast as possible. And 1 second. Just arranging logistics so Councilor Romero Worth can make it into the building. So with that, let me resume what to correct the error that I had made earlier, which was there's an ordinance that I'm introducing that I neglected to do during the correct time communications from the governing body. I'll do it very quickly. It's an ordinance amending the city code to establish the time period for which establishments that have obtained an obstruction permit from the city and a temporary change or expansion of liquor license premises from the New Mexico Alcoholic Beverage Control Division may serve alcohol on city sidewalks, streets, rights of way, or other property that has been specifically authorized for temporary use due to the COVID-19 public health emergency and its effects. So that measure will be introduced by me.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I did indicate to Jesse that I wanted to co-sponsor Councilor Rivera's measure,
Okay.
but I didn't do so in time for the sheet. So I'd like to just formalize that. Thank you.
Have it duly noted that you're co-sponsoring Council Rivera's measure. Very
I'd
good.
like
Any
to-
other?
I'd like
Go
to
ahead.
co-sponsor your bill, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll note Councilor Lindell would sign on as a co-sponsor on that measure. Just heads up for folks that there may come a time when I have to jump up and try to help Councilor Romero Worth get situated when she gets to City Hall, in which case Councilor Lindell, if it's in the course of business, you may have to take over running the meeting while I help her get set up down here. Just an FYI. So we're back in session for the 6 o'clock gathering, and we'll start with petitions from the floor. I would remind everybody that if you are here to testify on one of the public hearing items, of which there are 2, wait until those items are in front of us to testify rather than using petitions from the floor as the time to speak. If you're here to speak on something unrelated to either of the public hearings, then Joe Beta will admit you into the room, so to speak, and we'll give you 2 minutes to speak to the governing body. So I see one hand up. Joe, can you make that happen?
Yes, and just if you are going to speak for public hearings right now for matters from the public, can you please put your blue hand up, raise your hand up, and then we can just go to you next. The first one up today is Stephanie Beninato. I'm going to allow you to talk now, Stephanie. Are you there?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Stephanie,
Okay.
are you going to be speaking on another item tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep you on in the attendee room then for that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Ms. Beninato, please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I did send you,
Now we can't hear you. Ms. Beninato, we just lost you from audio.
I think it was her phone, Mayor.
Oh, I don't know if
Or-
she can hear us.
Ms. Beninato, can you hear us? Okay,
I think we've lost, for whatever reason, either the call was dropped or it was interrupted, but I don't think she can either hear us, and I know we can't hear her.
okay. Looks like looks like she's back on. Let me go ahead and hit allow to talk.
Okay,
Okay. I'm hitting allow to talk, Mayor, and it's not responding. So why don't we go on to Oshana, and then we'll come back to Ms. Beninato.
very good. Let's do that.
Okay, Oshana, you are on. Will you be speaking to any other item tonight?
No.
Okay, after you are done talking, you'll be able to join us on our YouTube channel to watch the rest of the meeting if you wish to observe.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you realize there is no pandemic? More people died last year than this year. The pandemic never occurred. Isn't it odd that many have been trained, like Pavlov's dog, to jump on demand, to wear masks and stay home, even though the pandemic never occurred? The vaccines, however, will occur, as that is the plan. The vaccines may contain DARPA's hydrogel that intermingles with every cell in your body. It is programmable with frequencies. And oh yes, 5G will occur, as 5G contains the frequencies that will program everyone to do whatever is required. Required for what, you may ask? Well, living in the smart cities of UN Agenda 2030. And the best thing to say about that is you get to ride your bike everywhere.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. And Joe, is Ms. Beninato back online with us?
Let me see, Mayor.
I see her hand is up.
Ms. Beninato, are you here?
I think I'm back. I hope I don't lose connection. I'm in the same storm that Miss Romero Worth is in as well. Anyway, I did send you something by email because I wanted you to look at these photos. I am concerned that when somebody gives the rescue team a GPS that they were unable to find the injured hiker that afternoon, and it was a whole nother 24 hours. I'm concerned when the H board staff doesn't get notice to the paper so that a meeting is canceled because of lack of notice. I can tell you from trying to use the complaint system that it will not be confidential.
Oh, sounds like we lost her again. I think we lost her again, Joe, I'm afraid.
Okay.
We did get her written submittal this afternoon as an email in case we don't get her back. And I think we've all read it and duly noted it as having been submitted.
Okay. Mayor, is there anybody else who would like to speak at public hearing right now on this? Please raise your blue hand.
Recognizing that this is not the public hearings that are scheduled to happen a little bit later. This is just matters. If you have something, a petition from the floor, but if you want to testify on the items later, you have to wait until those hearings arrive. Okay, we kept getting Stephanie in and Stephanie dropping the call. Let's move to we have some appointments to deal with. If she can come back in after the appointments and wants to finish that thought, we can certainly accommodate that. But she'll also be able to speak during the public hearing that she indicated she wanted to participate in. So item 17 is appointments, and there are 4 names for the Bicycle and Trail Advisory Committee. I'm going to propose them. I don't know, Councilor Garcia, did you want to say anything before or after I read the names?
No, we're just excited to have new members. I think we're all eager to get, or some returning, some new, but we're all eager to get back to meeting. I know that the pandemic has put a halt on meetings since February, and the members have been chomping at the bit to really get back to work. So we're very excited to be back on September 10th.
And Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being the former chair of Bicycle and Trail, one of the questions always asked is how these are portioned by district. And I know Cal Spencer, Sky Tallman are returning members for consideration, and they do a wonderful job. So kudos to them. And I don't know the other 2, are they filling, what district areas are they in, Councilor Garcia? And are we fairly even in representation? I know it's really hard to find people who want to serve and apportion them by district. It was really hard.
Right. So the 2 new members are from District 2, if I remember, and then one is from Santa Fe County at large. We got a good response for applicants this summer when we made a call for those slots that were expiring. So I think with the interest, it's going to lead to hopefully great outcomes. And like I said, I know that these folks, we've got some potential legislation that they'll be reviewing next week, or I mean in September, that will be coming before the governing body soon. So we're just ready to roll up our sleeves, get back to work. I know, there's a lot of issues that have not been addressed over this past 6 months, and they just keep piling up. So, but you're right. The apportionment was something we took into consideration when we were making these recommendations.
I do know that the person from District 3 resigned, and I'm not sure, do we have any representation from 3 and 4?
I would have to look over the list.
Yeah, I don't have the list of the representation by district in front of me, Counselor. We'll have to run that down.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'll follow up with you, Counselor. I definitely will, because if we don't, then I'll work with you to ensure that we get representation from 4 and work with the District 3 counselors to get some folks from District 3.
I know that Councilors Rivera and Abeta were instrumental in finding someone from District 3, but I mean, he did a good job while he was there, but it was kind of hard for him because he had another job. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to voting on this tonight, but I think it's important to have that, because when you have District 1 and 2 and all the trails are there and paid attention to, and that was something that I tried to do as a chair, is to be sure that the trails on the south side were up to par, and that the allocations of funds were spent on the south side. And there's a lot of pressure from people on the east side who want, trails more improved, than maybe attention is given to those on the south side, because we don't have great representation. So just as being the new chair, I would suggest that, we continue to honor that. And you tend to do that with the people that you have on the committee. So I just will, keep an eye out too. And I'm sure the other counselors in District 3 will as well, because it's really important to have that equal opportunity for trails and nice trails. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Rivera, your hand is up.
Yeah, Councilor Garcia, did you change the day and times of the meetings?
Councilor Rivera, yes, we did. We had to change them due to the consolidation of some of the other committee meetings.
Right. So I think the District 3 rep was considering resigning until you did that. So it's my understanding that now that you changed the day and time, that he can continue to serve. So I think District 3 is represented there. So, but if you wouldn't mind checking, I would appreciate that.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we started the meetings a little later because it was a bit challenging for some folks to get there right at 5 o'clock. So the request was made by some of the members to start a little later. So I said, sure, why not?
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, with that, if there's no more pre-discussion, I'd like to introduce the following nominations, appointments to the Bicycle and Trail Advisory Committee. Khalil J. Spencer is a reappointment. Sky Tallman is a reappointment. Judith Gabrielle is to fill an unexpired term, and Yvette Serrano to fill an unexpired term. Those are 4 appointments.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve it from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilor Garcia. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the appointments?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Sorry, she's not on. Councilor Vihil Coppin.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you are on. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're working on connecting at City Hall.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Copper.
Are you talking to me?
I am.
Oh, okay. I already voted. I said yes.
Thank you. Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Steph.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The appointments are approved.
Thank you all, and thank you for the input on going forward. That brings us to item 18A, if the clerk could read us into that.
Mayor Weber, if I may interrupt, please. I
Yeah.
believe that you said that you were going to come back to Stephanie Beninato, and this might be her on the phone.
Oh, okay. I think
Is
if she's back with us, we didn't mean to cut her off simply because the technology failed.
okay. Can I just check? Is that okay? I'm gonna-
Absolutely.
Miss Beninato, is that you on the phone?
It's muted though.
Miss Beninato? Okay, well, I did unmute her, Mayor.
Okay, what I'm
We're talking
seeing on the
permitted.
screen is somebody who is on the phone but is muted.
Okay, okay, well, we'll go ahead and mute her, and then we'll move on with the meeting.
All right. In that case, I apologize if that is Ms. Beninato and we're just having technical difficulties, but we did get your written input this afternoon. Item 18A, if the clerk could read that into the record, please.
Yes, this is consideration of bill number 2020-13, and it's an ordinance amending section 5-13.3 to correct a reference citation. And we have Jesse Guillen available for questions. This is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Maybe Jesse, not everybody is familiar with what this item is about. Certainly people who are tuning in would not know from just the title. Could you give us the quick reference to this?
Certainly, Mayor, thank you. This is just a fix to chapter 5. There's a reference in there that is to a section of code that has actually been repealed since 2004. So it's just a little fix to that. There's also an amendment from Council.
You're breaking up, Jesse. I'm afraid your audio went to many different pieces. Aaron, are you with us, or Councilor Viel-Koppler, was there something you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, I do. And those amendments are mine. And there's a whole list there on the attachments. And basically, they're just making everything in this ordinance consistent with the definition of owners of animals to make sure it was consistent. It was all over the place before that. And since Councilor Lindell was bringing this forward, I felt like it would be a good time to be consistent about who we're really talking about, who has control of the dog and is the responsible person. So that's what these amendments relate to.
Great, thank you for the clarification and for the clear audio as well. I don't know if anyone is in the room waiting to testify to this public hearing. There is one hand up. I don't know if it relates to the public hearing or going back to petitions from the floor or waiting for the next public hearing. Joe, do you want to do?
Yes, sir. They're allowed to talk, Mayor. Whoever's on the phone, 505-908. You are permitted to talk. You just need to unmute. It looks like, Mayor, they're still on mute on their phone.
I think that's correct, sir.
Okay.
I don't quite know how to solve the problem. So let me just try to do a workaround. Is there anybody else in the attendee room who wants to speak to this public hearing? And is there, whoever's on the phone, if you wish to speak to it, is there a different route for you to let us know what it is you wish to say, either by text message to one of us or by switching to a different piece of technology? Because right now we're not able to connect with you.
Mayor,
Yes,
Is-
Councilwoman.
is there any way to give the caller any direction about how they are to unmute?
I don't know what instrument they're on. So it kind of depends on where they're, what kind of an instrument they're working with. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, do you have some technology advice?
I'm feeling like maybe pressing *6 might be something that happens on phone calls with Zoom, or it could be another platform that I've used, but it's worth a try.
Okay, if the caller can hear us, one thing to try. Hey, I think you did it for her. Please.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
This is Stephanie Beninato, and I'm just glad that I could unmute more for the next public hearing. But thank you for getting my call. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about is the lack of transparency in land use when they issue permits that say re-roof, but a lot more is going on. And if people want to know what's happening and they just see re-roof and they only have 15 days to lodge a complaint or concern about a project, it could be long over that time before they would realize that more is going on. And that happened recently at Don Cubero. There was no permit up because the gate had been removed and placed someplace out of sight. And there is no permit on the front house, even though the emails with Ms. Roach indicate there's more than one permit. And again, this sort of like not quite being really transparent, being honest, sort of simplifying what's being asked for when that's supposed to give the neighborhood notice. I'm really concerned about that. And so I'm bringing it to your attention. I gave you a shortened email, the thread, because thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm glad we conquered technology with the help of Councilor Cassett Sanchez's knowledge of, what was it, *6? Okay, duly noted. Is there anyone else who wants to talk to item 18A? That's really the item in front of us. Ms. Beninato is simply completing her thought from the petitions from the floor. 18A is a public hearing. If there's no one else who wants to speak to this item, is there discussion from the, or is there a motion from the governing body and then discussion? Anybody wish care to make a motion?
Move to
Move.
approve.
Second.
Heard a motion from Councilor Vihel-Coppler to approve and a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Question, I'm sorry, question?
Good, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Is that move to approve as amended? We're playing the amendment game again.
As amended.
Second.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Is there further discussion or questions? All right, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. If you could take us then to item 18B, which is also a public hearing.
Yes, this is consideration of Bill 2020-20, an ordinance creating efficiencies, enhancing effectiveness, and eliminating silos by reorganizing certain city departments, organizing the Economic Development Division, Office of Affordable Housing, Planning and Use Department, Tourism Santa Fe Department, and the Arts and Culture Department as divisions of a Community Development Department, organizing the Community Services Department, Police Department, Fire Department, Recreation Division, and Office of Emergency Management and Safety as divisions of a Community Health and Safety Department, and placing constituents and council relations into the city clerk's office to form an Office of Community Engagement, amending section 2-6-3, replacing section 2-8 SFCC 1987 with the new section 2-8 SFCC 1987 that establishes all city departments, reorganizing existing sections 2-8, 2-14, 2-15, 2-19, 2-10 as subsections of the new section 2-8, establishing in ordinance the existing Information Technology and Telecommunications Department and constituent and council services, and repealing the sections of Chapter 2 that establish departments that are either becoming divisioned or no longer exist. Sections 2-9, 2-10, 2-11, 2-12, 2-13, 2-16, 2-19, 2-21, and 2-23 SFCC 1987, amending Section 2-22 SFCC 1987 to provide contract internal audit functions, amending Sections 1.6 and 26-3.5 regarding the Office of Affordable Housing and making such other changes as are necessary. And we have City Manager LaPan Hill, City Attorney McSherry, and Jesse Guillen available for questions.
Thank you. That's a long title. This has already been heard at all three of the committees, and we do have a public hearing with a number of attendees who want to speak to it. I just thought I would introduce it as the sponsor by making a few introductory remarks. First thing I would say is thank you for everybody paying such good attention and getting engaged in such depth with this proposal. It is, as we've said in different committee hearings, this is the beginning, not the end of an ongoing effort to streamline and make more efficient and improve the operations of our city government. Some people think it started this effort with the retreat that we had with the former city manager from Las Cruces. Councilor Mayor Wirth made a point in one of the committee hearings that it may have started well before that during the vote, the Charter Commission to restructure city government in the charter. I went back and looked at city organization charts well before 2010 into the 2000s and 3s and 4s. And in every case, there are changes made and there are adjustments proposed. And I think we need to recognize that this is part of an ongoing process. No organization chart will ever be perfect, nor will it be finished. It is a work that we will continue to look at and attempt to produce better results, better services, and more satisfaction on the job for all of our employees. Who will benefit from this proposed reorganization? Well, one clear purpose is to deliver better services to the people of Santa Fe. And as Councilor Lindell noted at one of the earlier committee discussions, we have a very complicated so-called responsibility matrix that delineates which department takes on which task, including something that would seem to be as simple as weeds, trees, and vegetation, and as vexing as those topics are. Currently, depending on where the weeds, trees, or vegetation are located, it could be the business of engineering and storm water, or transit, or code enforcement, or streets, or parks and recreation, or all of them in sequence. And so what we're really trying to achieve for the purposes of this reorganization is an alignment that will clarify reporting responsibilities, work orders, and make the city work better for the people of Santa Fe. I think it will also work better for our employees and provide a degree of relief for everyone who works in the city to know whose responsibility a given task is, to provide them with clear lines of responsibility, the tools they need, and stop problems from falling between the cracks or having overlap that leads to really less than efficient service delivery. Another obvious improvement of this proposal is a significant improvement over the current organizational chart. And as many human resource professionals will tell you, reporting lines and spans of control that are as large as the one we have right now for our city manager, where there are something like 17 direct reports, really doesn't do justice to the people who are reporting to that manager or to the manager's ability to provide real leadership and to get ahead of problems and to provide guidance. A span of control of 17 individuals really is not something that provides great leadership in any organization, and certainly not in anything as dynamic and complex as the city of Santa Fe. So by shortening the span of control to a much smaller number, I think we'll end up with a much higher degree of effective management and problem solving internally. So it's both a proposal that I think speaks to the public and provides better services to our residents going forward. It provides better guidance and management of our department heads and our leaders inside the city government. And ultimately, I think it will lead, as we work through the implementation of it, to cost savings, higher efficiency, more effectiveness, more creativity, a greater degree of coordination and cooperation as we create teams of individuals who are really able to work across boundaries to produce results that are really much more to the benefit and in the service of the people of Santa Fe. So there will be time later on for people to comment on the proposal and offer their thoughts. There are some sheets of amendments that are really more designed to clean up some of the language at the moment, and we can take those up subsequent to public testimony and public comment, but it is a public hearing. And so I wanted to go now to the people in the waiting room who have indicated a desire to speak to this proposal and to give each of them 3 minutes to address the governing body. Joe, can you manage that process for us?
Yes, sir. First up is Therese from AFSCME Local 399. Therese, go ahead. You're up to talk.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor, the time on these?
Let's let them have, there are only 4 or 5. Let's allow each of them. This is a significant proposal and there aren't an overwhelming number of people. We can allow 3 minutes of time.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. This is the union position. This is AFSCME 39, Local 3999. My name is Therese Martinez, and I am the recording secretary and the spokesperson for the union. Tonight, we come before you to unequivocally petition you, our city councilors, representatives of all the neighborhoods of the city of Santa Fe, to vote no on the proposed reorganization of the city of Santa Fe structure, and namely the employee base. We feel this will have a resounding effect now and for years to come. The task force and the grants division can still be proposed to add as additions to the city structure, but please leave the employee divisions and positions alone. The meddling with employee responsibilities will just add more confusion on top of what COVID-19 coronavirus already has caused with displacement, reassignments, closed facilities, staff shortages, hiring freezes, furloughs, bridge plan, and more furloughs, working from home, asking for federal funding, midtown problems, budget freezes, tourists returning, mask wearing, social distancing, limited travel, etc. According to many resources, New Mexico is meeting the gating criteria for reopening. We think the city's plate is heaped high enough already, with Santa Fe County's COVID-19 numbers higher than any other county in the state, and with the state auditing questioning the city's failure to follow general accounting and reporting standards, jeopardizing future federal funding. With unrest due to monuments removal and damage to them, with grievances and complaints, and Midtown's complaint not including the public taken to the Attorney General's office, and not one, but two fires burning, not only near the watershed, but near our neighborhoods. And now the city wants to reorganize services and functions. Isn't there enough to contend with at the present without throwing everybody's job, status, location, and supervision into the already mixed up mix? We suggest step back and really consider what's being proposed here. Does this need to happen right here, right now? We say no. Let's deal with what's right in front of our already heaped and overflowing platter. Let's deal with now. Let's deal with what's in front of us now. Work with what we have now. Reorganizing now will not help efficiencies, will not be more effective, will not prevent silos, but will in fact create silos. 3 of them: community development, community health and safety, community engagement. Silos of confusion, silos of lack of communication, silos of lack of supervision, silos of lack of organization. In other words, disorganization. This affects over 1,000 city employees and their families. And furthermore, all the citizens of Santa Fe interacting with the city of Santa Fe and their daily dealings, interactions therein. We emphatically request, do not approve this reorganization. The repercussions will be long-standing. Thank you. Respectfully, we are AFSCME Local 3999.
Thank you. Joe, Ms. Benenato's hand is up next, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me go ahead and mute her. She is, Mrs. Benenato, you are unmuted. You can speak.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, great. Do I get sworn in, right?
No, ma'am, it's not it's a
it's a-
judicial hearing.
Okay. So Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe. I couldn't agree with the speaker before me more. I also think that it is not at all intuitive in terms of how the division, the new organization is created. I don't really expect to see recreation and tourism in community development exactly. A health and wellness pod would be, I think, good beyond just emergency response teams. I think there has not been at all enough public education about the reorganization. And that is another reason I think that you should put it on hold to have some kind of series of public education meetings so that we all can really understand what's going on with these changes. I don't like the idea of another layer of upper bureaucracy. It's just another layer for citizens to have to negotiate. And again, usually you're directed to a computer-based system that may or may not really be asking you the right questions, and there may be no way to describe what you're really needing. So again, I think given COVID, given the inability to really be in front of people to get answers that are not just pre-ordained, speaks against this reorganization. And again, I urge you to put it on hold. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Lopez is in the waiting room.
Okay.
If you can bring him in.
Mr. Lopez, you are now on.
Hey guys, hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is Aiden Lopez, Local 2059 President. I represent over 130 members that are hands down the bravest men and women working for the city. They frequently put other safety above their own. They are kind, compassionate, and always looking to find the good in any situation. Unfortunately, we're not able to find the good in this reorganization. I'm not saying that the within the following years, this would not be an option. We just feel that this is not the right time to make these changes. Our city was just struck with a large deficit, and it seems that there are and will be many variables throughout this next year. We as a union have already been affected by the budget constraints, most recently sending firefighters to aid in the current wildland fire climate. I and many residents of this city can see that this is surrounding us. Although We do have one team out assisting in the firefighting efforts. We have options and requests to send more. With these budget cuts and the fire department not allowing to seek reimbursement appropriately from these wildland fires, it is restraining the city's bravest men and women to go out and perform top quality work to protect our city. This is our backyard, and many of our members are experts in this local terrain, yet we are not allowed to deploy. Another large concern is the fire department is still dealing with COVID responses and exposures, along with a looming flu season. I know that my chief officers have been working day and night to accommodate these concerns, but I fear that we will not have the budget to keep the response of these brave men and women. We would appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, and the council to hold off on this reorganization until our community can bounce back from this current pandemic, being that we don't fully grasp the constraints of our current financial standing yet. You know, I do appreciate the time afforded to speak, and I hope that we can continue to strive for making Santa Fe the greatest city in this state and country. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe, there's a Carl B is in the.
Carl B, you are unmuted and you may speak.
I think.
Isn't that our?
Oh,
stenographer?
is Carl taking care of our business for us? He's not helping. He's not testifying. He's just stenographing. Okay. Apologies. I thought there might be another Carl B in the city who wanted to testify on this matter.
Yep. We can go to Michael Barrio. So Michael, you could speak.
Is he unmuted?
Yes, he is.
At your end, but not at his end, perhaps. Michael, can you find the way to unmute yourself? Councilor Cassett Sanchez, do you have any more technology tips?
That one looks like a computer, so.
Yep.
Lower left, there should be a mute button.
There's a mute button or a mute and an unmute button.
He could have walked away too, Mayor. Possibility.
Well, the problem is he's the last one in the room. And it's difficult to defer and then reopen. Mr. Barrio, can you hear us? You have the floor if you can find the unmute button on your device. Well, I don't know. Don't know how to help him. Mr. Barrio, one last chance. Could you please try to unmute your device and take the floor? If not, City Attorney, can we kind of open and or close and reopen public comment, public testimony?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I think that would be fine if there's a technology issue. Maybe Mr. Barrio could try to raise his hand, which I think is *9 on a phone, and it should be under participants or under your options for your square if you're on a computer.
Yeah, if you can find either of those, well, here's some. Hang on one sec. I just got a call in my phone. I thought it might be him trying to reach me to say there was a workaround, but it was not. So for the moment, let's consider the public testimony part as having been closed. And Councilor Rivera, Thought we might, well, there's, Mr. Barrio is in the room, but he's still not unmuted. Joe, any advice on that, or we just move through it?
I mean, I could promote him as a panelist to see what happens. If you'd like me to bring him in to our.
I see him. I think. Let's move forward and then see if he can come in later. Councilor Rivera, I think the way to proceed would be if you maybe begin with a motion and then get this item on the floor and then have discussion and then amendments and then go from there.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to move for approval along with Councilor Villarreal's amendments, and then ask that the city manager in the 2021-2022 budget discussions, which I think start in 6 months, give an update on the reorganization along with recommendations on any changes or improvements.
Councilor, I have one very small page of amendments as well that were flagged for us by Councilor Garcia. And if we can get those amendments included as well.
Just a point of order, Mayor. A point of order. I think it would be fine to move the bill and the amendments at the same time, but if there's other requests, those aren't on the agenda, but they can certainly just be made of the city manager, and if she's fine with them, she can just agree to them. But in terms of a formal action, it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
Separate. Okay, so there's a motion to approve as amended, and there's a second. And then Councilor.
Could we clarify it's the substitute bill as well?
You're moving substitute bill with amendments from both Councilwoman Villarreal and technical adjustments that Councilor Garcia flagged that were included as amendments as well.
Yes.
So that's a motion and there's a second, and now we can have discussion from all members of the governing body. Councilor Garcia, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I think it's inappropriate of us to have a motion before we all have at least some time to question. I think that's unfair for fellow governing body members, and we should be afforded the opportunity to ask questions from the sponsors before motions are heard. I think that is very much another instance of this ordinance being pushed down the governing body's throat. And to me, I think it's unacceptable.
Councilor, with all due respect, the process.
No, Mr. Mayor, I have the floor. Mr. Mayor.
Very well.
Point of order. Our procedural rules actually require a motion before discussion. We just don't generally do it.
Okay, so.
That was the point I was going to make, Councilor.
I think, precedent has been to ask questions, and this is just an instance, like I said, of it. You're making it work in certain favor, and I think that's unfair to the legislation that's in front of us. Because I know I myself and other governing body members have lots of questions about this ordinance, and starting off discussion with the motion is inappropriate. I feel that is completely inappropriate. So with that, first, I got my first question. How come there's not a fiscal impact report with this? There are going to be impacts fiscally for the city. It should be required, and we have yet to see a fiscal impact report. So with that, I think we're out of code, because I can pull up the code if you'd like, but fiscal impact reports should be provided when an ordinance requires that the city invest resources. So we're going against our city code right now. Can I get clarification, please?
Who are you addressing that to, Councilor?
Whomever the sponsors, whether that be you, Mr. Mayor, the city manager, whoever ushered this through, did not provide the appropriate documentation to be transparent to the public, transparent to the governing body, transparent to our wonderful city employees. I think it does a disservice to not include a fiscal impact report when we all know there is going to be a fiscal impact due to this ordinance.
Well, I think, let me offer one answer and then perhaps either our finance director, if she's on the call, or the city attorney or our city manager can weigh in as well. First, I would.
Sure. But 1 point, Mr. Mayor, I just want to, just for the record, read our city code 2-2.10 fiscal impact reports, ordinances, and resolutions. This is item B. Fiscal impact reports shall be completed for all proposed ordinances and resolutions to be considered for adoption by the governing body. We have yet to receive one, so we are going against our code.
Thank you, Counselor. Let me first respond to your earlier point of that you were so outraged about the process. I'm sorry if it made you upset, but as the city attorney pointed out, our actual procedures as dictated by the city's way of doing business, whether we do it every time or not is really irrelevant, but our processes as we should be doing them is to first have a motion on the floor. You're free to ask all the questions you want. We just wanted to get a motion to discuss specifically this ordinance. So it doesn't shortchange anybody's right to ask questions. As far as a fiscal impact statement, I think the fiscal impact statement is the budget. In fact, the Councilor Via Koppler, among others, have pointed out earlier in the process of adopting the budget that there was a presumption that this measure would be potentially adopted as our operational organization structure. And so the impacts are already reflected in the way the budget has been adopted. If we've heard from Director McCoy throughout the budget that if the council is not inclined to approve this reorganization as proposed, then a series of budget adjustments would come back to the council to change the budget as adopted and reduce the alter any impacts that would be created by this reorganization. So you have effectively one very large fiscal impact report called the budget as adopted.
It's not a fiscal impact report, sir, for all due differences. There is a document called a fiscal impact report. The budget is a separate document. The fiscal impact report is a document that goes along with the packet that determines and clearly shows to the public how this ordinance is going to impact the city's finances. That is not here. So because it's against city code, this should not move forward. We are out of code. We are completely out of code. The budget does not suffice as a fiscal impact report. Two completely separate documents.
City attorney's hand is raised.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I remember reviewing a fiscal impact report. I'm looking for it right now. I'll check prior packets, but
it's never been available publicly, never been available to me as a governing body member. And with that, this packet is incomplete and it's insufficient. We should not be hearing this item right now.
Mayor, a point of order or clarification.
Go ahead, Councilor Abeyta.
Can Councilor Garcia make a motion and then it's seconded and we can vote on it and then we either move on or we don't? Can you make a motion to deny it or postpone and then we could act on that motion and then we either do or don't?
City attorney, is there a process to resolve the issue that Councilor Garcia has? Hang on, Councilor Garcia.
There's a motion on the floor, Mayor Weber. So right now, there's not an option to make a new main motion. That motion could be rescinded, but no, a new main motion could not be made at this point.
Okay, so Councilor Garcia, you usually have a long line of inquiry. If you have some other issues you want to raise, we can come back to this one.
I understand, Mr. Mayor, and I do agree. I have a long line of questions, but it goes against the premise that this does not meet the standards of it coming in front of us right now. So for me to go on and further question means I'm okay with going against our city code, which I'm not okay with.
Okay.
And I don't think any of the governing body members should either. Our city code is there for a purpose. It's to guide us. It's to help us govern our body, our great city. And if we're going against it, then we're basically saying the rules don't matter. And similar to the precedent of making a motion right out of the gates, which is never been precedent before, it's pick and choose. This is extremely dangerous precedent to set if we move forward with something that goes against our city code.
Well, Counselor, I appreciate your raising it. I'm looking toward the city attorney for some guidance on how we can resolve the issue. Counselor Abeyta has proposed perhaps we could find a way to vote on the counselor's objection.
I think we would have to change our city code because we can't make a motion to not follow our city code.
Mayor, procedurally though, because this could go on all night, we could eventually call the question though, right? And that supersedes everything else, or am I, because we do have a motion on the floor.
True.
I understand, Councilor Abeyta, but calling the question just says we are okay with breaking our city code. And anybody that votes in favor of pushing this through is basically voting and saying we're okay with not following our city code.
Well, I think that's subject to interpretation, and each counselor has their right to their own interpretation.
I think the city attorney's hand is up at the moment to help perhaps clarify the question you've raised, Councilor Garcia.
Mayor Weber, I'm looking for what I've reviewed, and perhaps we can complete it right now while the debate's occurring.
So you would recommend we come back to the counselor's objection as you do more research?
Mayor Weber, I'm saying that there's an opportunity to still complete a fiscal impact report before you vote, and that would comply with the section Ms. Councilor Garcia has alerted you to. So I can further the research. We can complete it while you're doing the debate, and then we will have complied with the code if there is that concern by the council.
I appreciate the sentiments, Ms. McSherry, but that is not transparent. It does not give counselors any time to review the impact, nor the community to review the impact. And it just further astonishes me that we would be willy-nilly to just push this through.
Well, Councilor,
we can't, Mr. Mayor, we can't just push, develop a FIR at this level.
I understand your point, Councilor. You asked the question, where is the FIR? And I offered you my interpretation, which is the entire city budget, which was passed unanimously, was based on this proposed reorganization. The fiscal impacts are embedded in the budget. The budget was reviewed by the Finance Committee, and virtually every member of the governing body attended those, as well as the hearings. The fiscal impacts were outlined in the budget document that is now our adopted budget, and unless I'm mistaken, the state has accepted that budget as well. We've outlined the where the money would come from for the two people who would be in the new positions that were called for. We've identified that there really are very few direct impacts to employees, as we've said that the employees are not going to be reporting, with very few exceptions, to anybody other than the people they report to now. And so we're really talking, you really rejected my answer, but it still is my answer, which is we have a overarching fiscal impact report called the city's budget, which was adopted through hearings at committees and then through the entire governing body. Embedded in that in the budget was this proposed reorganization. I can't be any,
on that point,
can't be any more clear than that. Councilor Villal-Copper.
I would like to thank you for recognizing me. I think it's a far-reaching interpretation, what you're saying. You presented the budget with reorganization in it, it was brought to your attention that reorganization had not been approved. So how can you double speak? How can you say the budget was an FIR on reorganization when the budget, then you clearly did a sidestep during the budget hearings and said, oh, no, that's not a budget presented on reorganization, because that has, and I even mentioned it, we hadn't even approved reorganization. How could the budget include that? Secondly, Mr. Mayor, I still have a question. If you are saying that it was a fiscal impact report, then tell me right now, how much is the public safety department director going to be paid? What is the salary range? What will that position be? Tell me that right now. That's what a fiscal impact report will tell you.
Sure.
Tell me how much that's going to cost and where you got the money.
Absolutely, Counselor. Let me first respond to your first comment while we get the data that you asked.
I would like you to respond to the second comment, Mayor, because I don't know if you're going to be using technology to find the answer to that question. I think that's to the point.
Counselor Garcia, I'm speaking to Counselor Vigil-Koppler right now. We're not going to get into a back and forth debate. We're going to talk in order with people being recognized. So if you'll just please let me respond to the question that Counselor Vigil-Koppler raised, then we'll try to get two different answers to her question. The first question was a little bit of wasn't really a question, more it was an assertion. But I think what happened during the budget, Counselor Vigil-Koppler, and you did raise the question about what if we don't approve the reorganization. And the answer that was given was the reorganization is in the budget. We have assumed it to go forward. However, we have not prevented the council from voting against the reorganization. And what was told by Director McCoy was very clear, and that was, in the event that this proposal is not adopted, then a series of budget adjustments would come back through the governing body to change the budget as adopted to reflect the new reality of a fiscal impact from not approving this proposed reorganization. So it really was in the budget, but there was no double whatever, I don't remember what term you used.
Double speak is the word.
Double speak or double accounting. What we said was we need to make some assumptions about what the structure of city government would be going forward in order to produce a budget. The assumption that we made was that we would have a reorganization reflected by the proposal that has now been in front of all three committees. And if the governing body voted it down, at that point, then budget adjustments would be made to undo what is currently been approved as the budget. So I think that was fairly well described and consistently answered. The answer to your question about the position for community health and safety, the answer is it's budgeted at $132,000. The money, as you may recall from the budget hearings that you participated in and were very present at, was to be sourced from an empty position in the fire department that was for a deputy chief where that wasn't going to be filled.
Mr. Mayor, I'll stop you there if I can. I will tell you that none of this information was in the budget hearings. That was also a complaint comment that I had. And by the way, I'm not on finance committee, as you made sure. So I had to sit from the sidelines, but I did get my edge in on some of my questions. And that is, we got a budget presented to us with, and I mentioned this several times, without positions delineated by department in the organizations with their salary ranges, what new positions were going to be created, and with the downgrades, what was that going to be? And I really don't know how you came up with $130,000. To my recollection, that wasn't in the budget per se. because we didn't even have job titles. And neither was the pay range, neither was any discussion about a job description, because I'll go back to my original point. You indicated that the budget was not a reorganization budget. And to have this, now it's kind of convoluted, you know, because at first when this was brought up during budget hearings, oh, no, this is not budget, this is not reorganization. And now you're telling me the budget presented was the FIR for reorganization. You know, none of this went to the public, none of it. I mean, and I was looking for it, I was begging for it. And to simply say right now that this was an FIR, no wonder we have audit exceptions. This is sloppy, and this is not transparent to the public. And I don't buy your answer. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. Councilor Abeyta, I wonder if you could help clarify a little bit what the Finance Committee heard with regard to the assumptions about the budget, the reorganization. You conducted those hearings. There were, if I remember, something like 23 individual votes that were taken through your committee as the hearing moved forward. I believe you were very clear. The process was very transparent that in order to actually produce a budget, we had to make a certain set of assumptions about what the structure of the city would be going forward. And rather than having it be sort of random and no determination, we proposed the budget with the reorganization integrated into it, with the understanding, as was made clear numerous times, that a budget adjustment process would be the remedy in case this reorganization did not go forward. But Councilor Abeyta, I don't know if you can help clarify the confusion that Councilor Vigil-Koppler is describing.
I am not confused.
I wasn't speaking to you, ma'am. I was speaking to Councilor Abeyta.
You referred to me as being confused. I'm not.
Pardon me. We're not going to do a back and forth. We're going to call on people in order and they'll have the floor. Right now, Councilor Abeyta has the floor.
Mayor, I think that we had this discussion during budget. We said we would take the reorg through the committee process, which we did. And here's where we're at. I mean, that's really all I can add. This has gone through all three committees and has been passed by all three committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you still have the floor from your prior round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still will hold tight to the stance that we cannot move forward with an FIR, and producing an FIR during the meeting does not suffice. It is not sufficient, and it's, to me, bad governance. That's not how we should be conducting business. Making up things as we go, that's not how you create good government. And so, but my question is, if this is something that the governing body truly cares about, why can't we push it back through the process with a fiscal impact report? What's the rush? Why can't we do that? I think that it's the duty of us as the governing body to ensure that we are transparent with everybody, whether it's the governing body, the city employees, the tax-paying citizens that are going to be paying these salaries. We need to provide that information, especially when it's a major decision that is in front of us. And to, one, ignore city code and try to push it through by ignoring city code. Secondly, trying to adapt on the quick just to continue to push it through just means that this is not a transparent process. And it's been evident that this has not been a transparent process from the beginning. Because if there was transparency wanted in this, we would have moved forward with the work groups or the study groups or focus groups or whatever these groups are called, that were going to be called to help provide input in this. As I've noted before, and I will restate again, I am not against restructuring our government, but I am absolutely against restructuring our government in a non-transparent, fast-tracked way. That's not how you create good, effective, efficient government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I still have the floor. So with that, I would like to stop the proceedings because we cannot move forward with an FIR.
Thank you. Let me, I think you make an interesting argument, and I'm not at all averse to taking it under advisement. You were on two committees that saw this proposal in two separate settings, and I only wish you would have raised this issue sooner. It would have been incredibly productive and helpful and constructive.
I apologize for not bringing it, but as I was studying up on Monday night, it's when it came to my attention. Where's the FIR? Where's what? How can I determine if this is good or not?
Yeah.
And when that wasn't there, I would have brought it up, Mr. Mayor. I'm not bringing this up last minute. I was shocked to not see an FIR. When I was looking for those documents, I was absolutely shocked that one was not there. Because like I said, I am not against the restructuring of our government if it's going to make us a more effective and efficient government.
Sure.
But what I've seen through this process, and as I explained during Monday night's meeting, there's been steps that have greatly been mistaken and mismade. My big concern on Monday night was the org chart. And I thank Ms. LaPanhill for producing a new one, but it still doesn't meet the question that I had, because there is still not a connection between the city manager and the city council. It still is solely under the mayor, when that is not the city code. I am looking at the chart as we speak, and it shows the connection is solely from the mayor to the city manager. It looks like the only additions were made were the depicts positions where the city council consents to the appointments. Well, that wasn't the point I was bringing up. The point I was bringing up was that the city manager reports to the mayor. They also report to the city council. And this governing chart, this proposed chart, does not reflect that. And I know one of my colleagues brought up the fact that it doesn't supersede the ordinance, but it does blur the lines, and it leads to continue to blur the lines. And we don't need that. We need to be transparent. What's the challenge? Why couldn't that, why was that line not put there, showing that there is the connection between the city manager's office and the city council?
It's interesting that you saw the chart. The chart that I saw had included a dotted line reporting authority from not only the city manager, but also the city attorney and the city clerk to the to the city council, and had, I thought, spoken to your concern. It's also interesting, just as a footnote, Councilor Garcia, again, your homework, the chart that you objected to Monday night was the chart that was in the budget document that you also voted for. So your discoveries, while you say they're not last minute, they have a very interesting pattern of being sudden and at the last, right at the moment at which a hearing is taking place. And I respect you doing your homework, but
Mr. Mayor, I want to correct you on that point, because that chart was not provided prior to that meeting. If I'm recalling correctly, if that chart was provided if maybe hours before the quality of life meeting, because I think I had even asked for that.
It was the same chart that was in the budget, Councilor. That's my point. So what you discovered was something that was already produced for the budget document. It was taken out of the adopted budget document.
Oh, on that point, Mr. Mayor, there was a fellow councilor that also asked for an org chart. So if you're saying it's my convenience to forget that there was an org chart in the budget, then I don't know what to tell you. That's why these documents need to be part of the packet. Because we don't have, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, but we don't all have photographic memories. We can't remember 7 days of lengthy budget hearings, and and it's astounding to me to say we're to remember every single fact that went on during those budget meetings, and that is going to be our FIR, and you're supposed to remember that. Well, to that point, you're now saying the public has to go back and watch, what is it? Probably 40 hours of meetings to understand the fiscal impact of this?
No,
That's
Counselor.
what FIR is produced for. That way
Pardon me,
it's one
Counselor,
document you can.
Counselor, I'm not saying that, and you're putting, as Counselor Vihil-Coppler commented earlier to me, you're putting words in my mouth and misquoting me. So let's calm down. What I said was the document that you found so remarkable was the same org chart that was in the budget. Counselor, let's see if we can add some other voices rather than having you and me being engaged in a byplay. Counselor Maraworth, you have your hand up.
Well, if we're going to change, I would like to ask my questions. If that's the pace we're going to go.
Of course, but I would like to recognize there are other people who would like to participate other than so far just.
Mayor, I'm fine to wait, but I do think, other counselors do need to weigh in on the points that Counselor Garcia is making. So I don't know how he wants to do that, if he wants to yield the floor and then come back around, or he wants to go through all his questions first. Whatever suits him is fine with me. I can wait.
Okay, I just think I don't want to get into a thing where it's simply the two of us having a back and forth. That's all.
And I duly recognize that, and I would love to hear my colleague's opinion on the matter. And so with that, I will yield the floor, but I do want to acknowledge I do have a list of questions I have that I would like to answer or to ask. So with that, I'll yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll get some other points of view and we'll come back around. Councilor Maraworth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just point out that, we can have discussion for as long as the council wants to have discussion. So, we can take one point and we can all talk about it. We can, go through a laundry list of a particular council's point. We have no limits at this moment on this debate. So we can buckle in for the evening. I would just offer two things. In rebuttal to this hasn't been a transparent process. We have, again, this has been through all three council committees. There have been hearings. All the councilors have heard what is being proposed and how it will affect city government. We also have been through lengthy budget process where most of the councilors did participate. Only 5 councilors can sit on a committee. And even the chairman of the finance committee did allow all councilors to participate in those hearings, whether they were members or not. And so we have held, and I can't even remember, it's a blur in my mind, but I know we spent, 5 hours a day for over a week moving through the budget and talking about it. And so in that sense, we vetted this proposal through that process. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that there's been no conversation about what this means to the city's fiscal future. And, I think we're going to be continuing to implement this and to work on it and to understand more what we need to do. And that's going to be an ongoing thing. So I would agree that, if this were just any old ordinance where I've carried ordinances in the past and there wasn't a fiscal impact statement, I think, we probably would want to get that fiscal impact. But to somehow say that we haven't been talking about the fiscal impact of a reorganization is not quite accurate, because we have been for a couple of months now, I feel like. So all of July and August. So just wanted to say that. Also, the org chart piece, again, if you look at the org chart is not, it's part of the budget. It's not a legal document. And so, we have the charter, the Constitution, then we have our laws, then we have regs, so but the org chart is just an illustration. So I don't think that because a line wasn't there, or, and part of having this bill move through the process is to cure stuff like exactly that, right? Is to fix these things. And I think Counselor Garcia even found some word changes that needed to be made and have been provided tonight in amendments. So this process is one where we fix the things that we see need to be fixed in order to make the bill work. And we have done that as the bill has moved through the committee process. So I just wanted to, I don't know, provide those thoughts, I guess.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other voices? I'm not trying to keep Counselor Garcia out of the conversation by any stretch of the imagination, but if there are other voices that would like to speak to this point that he's raised and also to the overall process that's been used both for adopting the budget and for bringing the reorganizational proposal through the committee process, I'm open to other people weighing in. It's a serious debate that is important to all of us. Councillor Casa Sanchez, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would say that I would agree with Councilor Romero Worth that we have had a lot of opportunities for discussion, that there has been, I don't feel that transparency overall has been an issue, and I felt that I understood the budget component throughout the budget hearings and the discussion. I will say, though, that I am concerned with the lack of fiscal impact. I think that is part of our rules, and it is important that we follow our rules. And even though this has been discussed, there are going to be many members of the public who are only going to be tuning in tonight or only looking at those packets and perhaps did not go through the budget. And I think that I really do see a lot of opportunity with this reorg. I have a few questions for this evening, but I also think that it is important that we do things by the book, that we follow our own rules. And so I would be in favor of getting that fiscal impact and letting there be time for the public to view it, for us to view it before we really move forward with this discussion. I think that it is important that that transparency piece is there, and that we can't necessarily assume that the public's going to be digging through our budget book. That's long. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Anybody else wish to speak to the matter at the moment? Council, the city attorney's hand is up.
Mayor Weber, just as an update, I think we have located the narrative and the numbers are being entered. So we will be able to produce one shortly, an FIR.
Councillor Abeyta and then Councillor Villarreal, and then I think let's take stock of where we are. I think Councillor Garcia has raised an important issue and we can't just dismiss it out of hand. Councillor Abeyta.
Mayor, I was just going to mention the same thing. I think he raises a good point. I wouldn't be in favor, though, of any type of postponement that took this back to the committee process. I think if we wanted to give it more time for the next couple of weeks to have time to review the FIR, then I think that's appropriate. But I also, on the other side too, is if you just don't like it, then you should just vote against it also, because I mean, like I said, we've gone through budget, we've gone through committee, and yeah, so we have a technicality this evening, but I think like I said, at some point you got to just, if your vote is no, then it's no, and if it's yes, it's yes. But I think it's a valid point that's raised this evening, and you're the sponsor of this though, so I would defer to what you wish.
On that point, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
I do think that's the Finance Committee meets on Monday, right? But that budget, that agenda's already been released or no?
No, it hasn't.
Because I mean, we could add the FIR to Monday's meeting and then bring this to the next council meeting if that were a way to cure the problems that have been raised.
Yeah, I think we're looking for an amicable way to respond. Let's get a couple more voices in the room. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what's hard about making a motion at the beginning, because we actually have never done that in the past, at least the previous administration, we'd have discussion, then someone would make a motion. And I think what's hard for me when we make that motion, first off, it's confusing to figure out how to incorporate these amendments, which mine are just technicalities that I want to see changed because it was already a messy document and it helps a little bit. There's still more that we need to do. But that's what's hard for me, because then I'm confused about the process. And we've stumbled on this a few times in the past meeting about, okay, well, do we vote on the amendments first together, separate, but we have this motion on the table and it's confusing. So that's where I stand with that. It's hard for me to figure out like what's the easiest process, and even ask the attorney about what was the best way to do this, because I do have issues with the overall reorg ordinance. And I've already told you all, I've asked my questions in committee about the things that I'm concerned about. And they still stand. I still, I did some more research. I talked with the city manager, and I guess just with the things that are presented to us, the restructuring isn't completely off base. I guess what I'm struggling with is there's things that when I see them on paper, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then I start thinking about the inner workings of like how this actually functions on the day-to-day. And so when I think about different departments, like the community development department, I'm not opposed to the certain what will now be divisions being funneled into this one department. But I think about how we've said how we want to structure it. We have a wonderful economic development director that will be doing double duty by overseeing not just the division of economic development, but the overall department. And so I wish we'd be transparent, because I feel like there's a goal to eventually have a director for that versus having the economic development director fulfill that role. And I don't know if I think we need to know that there will probably be a proposal in the future to have a different development or a director for that particular department in the future. I mean, by saying we're just creating one position, we're actually probably creating another position in the near future. So I feel like that's not super transparent. I feel like if we're going to say we're going to eventually have a director that's not going to be the economic development director, we should say it. So I know that's been talked about, but it hasn't been discussed with us. And I think the economic development director is going to have a lot on his plate with the development of the Midtown property. And so I have concerns about that sustainability of having a director have two roles. And then just overall, when we talk about a reorganization, I think my main concern still falls back to the reason why we actually have inefficiencies, and we have in some cases deficiencies in our departments. And I think really it comes down to not being fully staffed. And when I first got on the council, we had an economic downturn where vacancies at the time were eliminated for savings, and they were actually never recovered. And so that has been a problem since the get-go. And then with this second wave of economic downturn, then we have furloughs that have affected our staff. And then we've had positions that are frozen. So I guess the way I see it is the reason why there's deficiencies is because we don't necessarily have the staffing that we need for departments. And changing, as city manager says, changing and moving around the boxes is really not making sense to me to like solve these issues. And
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I'm so sorry, Councilor Villarreal. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding our process. Since we were having this conversation of whether or not we should be moving forward with this conversation with the lack of fiscal impact, I was just curious about that, because right now we're moving away from that topic, and I wasn't sure if that was
Well, thank you, Councilor.
on the table.
It is on the table. I just wanted to entertain the opportunity for other folks to speak their piece, because it is an important issue that Councilor Garcia has raised, and I'm not dismissing it or attempting to go around it, but I thought there would be a chance for folks to speak about whatever their issues are as well, and then come back to the original concern that Councilor Garcia raised.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we still were able to have the broader discussion,
Uh,
even if we would.
And yes,
you.
and none of
Sorry,
this,
Counselor.
none of this is to cut anybody off in terms of their effort to identify their issues or their concerns or the things they are, supportive of. It's an attempt to just use this time productively, and then we'll come back and address Counselor Garcia's opening issue about the FIR.
Yeah, I'm talking about the broader issues right now, although the FIR is an issue to me and it was brought up probably by the same person that Councilor Garcia heard from that we didn't think about necessarily, because there's a lot of things to think about in this reorg, and the FIR part was brought to my attention as well. I would have brought it up in committee if I would have realized that that was a deficiency for the packet material. So moving on, I was wanting to say about the Community Health and Safety Department. I like the idea about that. I also wanted to hear from the task force about what their thoughts are on that, because that was one of the possibilities of conversations that we wanted to have. So that was one thing, and it's almost kind of disregarding what they think about it at this point. But I would have considered this particular reorg, but not the recreation piece. I've been really not supportive of the idea of separating parks and recreation. I wish we would have had more discussions with staff people that actually experienced that separation and then to put back together, because there's actually quite a few Parks and Rec staff that have been around to see those different iterations of reorgs, and it would have been nice to hear from them and talk to them, but it doesn't sound like that happened. And so that bothers me. The other thing that bothers me is just the pay reduction piece. There's 2 directors that are getting a pay reduction, yet I didn't hear exactly from anyone about why other directors didn't get considered if they're now being put into a division director. All I heard is that we were trying to make salaries on par, but there's some positions that are still being paid pretty well, and I think it's good because they have a lot of responsibility. Yet these changes, I just felt like it was inconsistent. So that probably doesn't make sense to some people that were like, well, I still have the same amount of work, but I get a pay reduction. So that's still concerning to me. And I guess what also bothers me is when we question things with this change and other aspects of change, we're seen as trying to rock the boat, or that it's vindictive to ask questions about why this is happening. I mean, I think we're asking questions because we really want to understand, and I want staff to be able to ask questions of all of you too, if they don't feel like something doesn't feel right, that if they bring up something that they're not vindicated and been like, oh, well, you just don't support the administration. And I really want to get away from that. It's very toxic. And to say to people that the counselors that don't support this because we brought up different issues, that we're afraid of change is very unfair. Because I think all of us are not afraid of change. Obviously, we have to make changes because that's just the way it's going, especially with the pandemic. We have to be adaptable to certain changes, and I realize that, but I still don't think changes necessarily mean progress. So I'm just going to keep sticking to that, and still want to hear about the FIR, but I'm still likening this change because I still feel like there's ways to have communication between different departments and divisions that really do want to work together, and there's synergy that needs to happen and has happened. But I feel like this is like moving deck chairs on the Titanic. So that's how I feel about this change. And I want to hear more about what this FIR procedural aspect, what we need to do for that. Thank you.
Well, I would entertain an idea from Councilor Rivera and Councilor Lindell, I think, seconded, to withdraw their motions and entertain a motion to postpone this until the meeting in September of the governing body. And by that time, an FIR can be produced. It can potentially go to the Finance Committee, as was suggested, and we'll respond to the concerns about impacts, fiscal, and then we can resume the questions that have been asked about the value, the substantive value of the reorganization, and some of the issues that Councilwoman Villarreal just raised about, do the proposed changes produce efficiencies or improvements? So
Mr. Mayor.
I think there's a compelling interest on the part of the governing body to postpone this tonight, and I think that's completely reasonable, and we can move in that direction, make sure there's a proper FIR produced that reflects the fiscal impacts, and go back and bring it back at a later date.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Vihil-Coppler.
thank you. I just have some just follow-up comments on the discussion and on the postponement. I believe that, you know, I want to go back to Councilor Abeyta's point, and I think I've heard some sentiment here that it's not necessarily that there's total disapproval of reorganization. I think there needs to be more, there's more to it than that. And I think by postponing it, I would ask that we postpone it to include, with enough time to include time for a process to happen. And that process should include measurements. How are we going to measure the success of this program? How are we going to know if it's successful? How are we going to build in public transparency and transparency among ourselves, so that we can be sure? Because if there was transparency, we wouldn't be having this long drawn out thing going on right now. I truly believe that. And so we all represent constituents, and we represent our city employees as well. And so what we've heard here, and I've gotten many emails and phone calls and texts, and then we heard both unions speak, they haven't felt involved in this process. So I would suggest that when we consider postponement, whatever motion is made, that we have enough time to do this, to include the public, to include the true costs of reorganization, to include input from all levels of the organization, all of the employee groups. We can come up with a great product, I believe, if we do that. And what's missing here is a presentation on this from the HR director. Where are all these positions ending up in true life? And I think that leads to an FIR as well. So I don't think that this council should short sight itself. And I think we need to have more time to do this right, to follow the good governance procedures that we know you have somewhere, but you'll eventually bring those out. But I would think that, to me, that's good governance. To me, that's considering employee and employee morale. And so that's what I would suggest that we do. I think that should be our approach.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up, and then I think in order to clear the decks, we need to withdraw the motion that's on the floor and consider a new one for some, whether it's Councilor Vihil-Coppler's form of a postponement or a different one. That's the motion to replace the one that's on the floor. But I give you the microphone, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I apologize to you and to our community for, maybe the passion I had, because I think, as I mentioned, it's our due diligence to bring forth a transparent government to them. I believe it's our responsibility as city councilors to ensure that we have the most efficient and effective city government that is not only the best in the state, but we can be proud of and say we're the best city in the country. Our community deserves the best, and we should strive for the best. And we should strive for continuous improvement with the goal of providing the best government and best services possible. My experience has shown me many instances where restructuring has gone wrong. And most of that leads down to when there is not appropriate planning. And that just leaves that government in a far worse position. You know, the clear example is not having an FIR prepared tonight. There was not sufficient planning. So let's rely on best practices that lead us to an efficient and effective government structure. So let's test this proposal against the ideology of good governance. This is an ideology practiced by many governments across the globe. So this good governance has 8 major characteristics. You know, the first one is rule of law. This is a principle that requires fair and legal frameworks that are enforced impartially and the protection of human rights. Even though this proposal does not explicitly address rule of law, I think we could all agree that the city's government meets this principle. Another principle is responsiveness. This principle covers the idea of government is responsive to stakeholders in a reasonable time frame. My experience in reviewing this proposal as it's made its way through the committee process has shown me that there's room for improvement. FIR, org chart, we can improve, we can do better. Another principle is participation. It states participation must ensure that the minority and most vulnerable are able to participate in the process. Unfortunately, that was not the case here. There was initial planning to include focus groups, but that never transpired, and it was not part of the decision-making process. Therefore, this principle has not been met. Another principle is transparency. Actions must be taken in a transparent manner, does not violate rules and regulations and process that must ensure information is available, open, and freely. Point in case, our conversation tonight about the FIR is not available, open, and freely. We're clearing it on making it up as we go. Another principle is consensus oriented. When you live in a community, state, or country, there will always be many different viewpoints. This principle suggests that mediation be used as a tool to build that consensus. To build consensus, we have to take into consideration history, culture, and practices of a community or society. And for that, that's our government, that's our employees. It's obvious there's not consensus within the governing body, and it's evident that there's not consensus within the public or the workforce. So this principle has not been met. Another principle is equity and inclusiveness. This principle focuses on the notion that all members of a group feel like they have value and a stake in the process. It also ensures that members do not feel excluded. Per the response from the community, the city employees, and maybe even some governing body members, it is evident that they feel excluded and overlooked. These valued members have stake in the outcome of this process, yet they were not included in the process. So it is clear to conclude this principle was not met. Another principle is accountability. This is focused on the premise that government holds itself accountable to the stakeholders, which are the public and the employees of the organization. We are not holding ourselves accountable if we're just willing to overlook our city code. And the last principle is effectiveness and efficiency. The purpose of this principle is that the government produce results to provide effective and efficient results for the public while making the best use of resources. There's a clear lack of evidence that this proposal before us would produce a more efficient and effective government. Going through this process without this critical information leads us down a path of not knowing our resources and how they're going to be used to the best of our ability. Therefore, this principle is not met. So using these 8 principles as a test to see if this proposal meets the standards of governance, I would conclude that this proposal fails this test as 6 of the 8 principles are not met. As we strive towards a government that is equitable, efficient, and effective, my recommendation is that we take the appropriate time to move forward with it. As I've stated before, I am not against looking at restructuring our government, but we must do it in a way that is going to allow a fair process. I would like to ask my fellow governing body members, what's the rush? Why do we feel like we need to jump into an organizational restructuring that does not adequately reflect good governance? Let's take a step in the right direction to dedicate the time needed to fully develop this proposal. This would allow us to implement the processes needed to ensure a solid foundation is built with the intention to develop an efficient and effective government for our citizens. So with that, I respectfully would like for us to adequately address this and allow for sufficient time to move forward with this proposal. I would like us to succeed and provide a restructuring that is going to be successful. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. One more hand has come up, and that is Councilor Romero Worth, and then I would be inclined to consider a motion to postpone of whatever measure people would like, but first we have to withdraw the motion that's on the floor. But Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Rivera, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
So I guess I would like to hear from Ms. McSherry as to whether it can proceed without the FIR or if it needs to have that to move on.
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Romero Worth, our ordinance does require a fiscal impact report. There would be the opportunity to have one before you would vote. Not a specific period of time with which you have to have it. So I think that would be up to the discretion of the governing body. You would like to have it for a longer period of time versus tonight.
All right, with that, from Ms. McSherry, Councilor Romero Worth, I would be inclined to withdraw my motion.
And I would withdraw my second and make a motion that we postpone, that we take the FIR and the bill to finance on Monday and then come back before the governing body at the first meeting in September.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second, which would postpone our deliberation tonight. It would send the measure and an FIR as requested and as required to finance on Monday. Councilor Abeyta, I'm assuming that you can accommodate that and make that part of your agenda for Monday.
Yes, we approve the agenda by Friday, so we'll make sure that's added to the agenda.
Just
Okay.
a point of clarification, Mayor. I don't know that the whole matter needs to go back to finance. It's up to the folks making the motion, but you could just have a review of the fiscal impact report as a discussion item rather than an action item. But it's up to you.
I'm happy to amend the motion to have the FIR considered as a discussion item at Finance Committee on Monday and have the ordinance with the FIR come back to the governing body at its first meeting in September.
Okay.
And but I need the second to agree to that.
Agreed.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second and there's time for discussion. Councilor Garcia, your hand, and then Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's to the city manager because I would really like to get employee engagement involved in this. Is that sufficient time to engage employees? If this is going to be heard before a committee on Monday?
Garcia, if the FIR is being heard on Monday, there would be sufficient time to conduct a series of meetings with staff before the September 9th governing body meeting. There's a 2-week period. We could convene a series of Zoom calls with staff. I think if I may, one of the challenges, I deeply understand the need to communicate with employees. As we've discussed throughout the course of this, very few individuals, direct supervisors are changing as a result of this proposed reorg. So getting some clarification around what questions we would want, the feedback, we need to focus the feedback so it can be constructive. I think one of the hard parts, we've talked about this before too, is there is no perfect structure. Reorgs are really hard. And if we keep going, we'll just keep going, and having an end date is important. Otherwise, part of what is really hard is confusion. And that's where we've been the last 6 weeks since the budget, but even before that, since COVID. And I think some clarity is really important for our organization right now as we're in these periods of unprecedented time. So I would just respectfully submit that the uncertainty adds an additional layer of concern and consternation.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. City Manager, but from what I think I heard, that it might be sufficient, but what I want to get clarification on is, would you only convene folks that are impacted?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I would be happy to discuss, get people's feedback on the right way to incorporate that with a employee base of 1,400. If you convene everyone, we have to ask the question. If you're not impacted by it, then I think being clear about what feedback we're seeking is really important so that it's constructive and gets us to our end goal. So I would be interested in feedback and in ways that you think would be the right way to answer that.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that, because as somebody who's putting forth this proposal, that is what should be part of the plan, because basically now you're asking for us to do your work, which I don't mind doing because we want to ensure that the work gets done correctly. My experience with reorganizations is that there is a processes put in place, and part of that is ensuring that there is engagement across the entire spectrum of the employee sector. You're not going to look at those solely impacted. You're going to look at everybody, because ultimately a reorganization has an impact on everybody. Even if you're not getting a new manager, it's going to impact you. Most of the time you see it through morale, because it's not usually an immediate work duty impact. It's usually morale impact. So I would highly recommend that, if you're going to convene employees, that you do it across all spectrums of the employee levels, from entry level all the way to department directors. And this is a process usually that doesn't take 2 weeks. It's a process that takes 2 months, 3 months, because you got to put a sufficient plan in place to get the feedback needed to ensure that whatever is being proposed is moving forward in a direction that leaves no stones unturned. So with that, I would like to recommend that we don't hear this at the next finance meeting, that we give it sufficient time, the sufficient time it needs. Whether that be 2 months, 3 months, we need to afford the structure the time it needs to reorganize. As I stated on Monday, there's going to be a point in time where all of us on this Zoom call are not part of the city government. And this is the legacy we leave behind. And we want to ensure that we leave a legacy that is a strong, efficient, and effective government. And that takes appropriate planning, the appropriate time allocated to it, and ultimately resources that get allocated to it. So with that, is by Monday, is it sufficient time to have added to this plan a performance-based, measurement-based system? That way it can be measured if this reorganization is successful. Because ultimately we want to be able to look back and determine, was this reorganization successful? What are the benchmarks? How are we going to deem this successful? Because we can all say it's going to be successful, but we need some hard measurements to be able to state, well, this part was successful, this part wasn't, this is where we need to brush up. So with that, would Monday be sufficient time to develop such a system?
On that point,
Councilor Romero Worth.
so I believe there's a motion and a second for a path forward. I think Councilor Garcia has said he would like to engage city employees, and I would leave that up to the administration to figure out who should be consulted and how that happens. And I'm not willing to amend my motion.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'm not asking for an amendment to your motion right now, Councilor, so I appreciate the feedback, though.
Well, we've heard
So,
your.
so my question was to Ms. Le Pen Hill.
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Mayor, as a point of clarification, I would like to state that employees who their director would be reporting to a new director under this proposed reorganization have been talked to by their current director. So there has been some employee engagement, and I see Regina popped in and she can attest to that. So there has been some communication and work with our employees. Even though their supervisors under the proposal will not change, they have been, there's been meetings that have been conducted to talk about the proposed change and what that could look like for them and solicit their ideas and feedback. And Regina, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
And on that point, Bernadette, I really appreciate the feedback, but that is a pure example of information that we didn't have.
Okay.
I think I appreciate Bernadette for that, and I think that's something that should be brought up. We need to get the data on those conversations that was be had, because with pointed focus groups, you gather data. And so, and I'm not trying to dismiss Ms. Wheeler's comments, but that becomes secondhand hearsay. And what we want to run forward with is data that we collect from these potential focus groups that were planned. I don't know why we didn't move forward with them, but that's how we appropriately plan an effective and efficient government. We use data. So back to my question, Ms. Le Pen Hill, is Monday sufficient time to develop a system that would allow for us to set in place some type of performance measure or benchmark system that would be able to allow us to evaluate if this reorganization is successful?
Mayor, can I call for the question?
Well, I think the Councilor Garcia's raised an issue about whether there can be a fully fleshed out evaluation system by Monday. I think the answer is probably no, but I think that's the more perhaps significant point is a larger question about gaining an opportunity for folks to be heard and for involvement rather than defining one specific way of doing business. So I think your point is well taken, Councillor, about the need for some vehicle for reaching out to folks and gaining a chance for them to participate or be heard or feel that their voices are valued. And I think that's, I don't know that anybody can design a quantitative impact assessment plan by Monday any more than we've had one for the last, I don't know how many years. So I think your larger point is about the value of people's voices and their participation.
No, the point I'm trying to get to is we need to ensure that there's an effective and efficient plan in place. And so to my previous question, the answer is no.
Okay.
Is Monday a sufficient time, or maybe you have it, to provide those governing body members with an implementation plan for this restructuring?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, if you mean the fiscal impact report, the answer is yes.
No, I'm talking about a restructuring implementation plan. So how this organizational plan would be implemented is, should this pass, I mean, let's hypothetically say it would have passed tonight. Does that mean the entire structure changes tomorrow? I mean, so that's an implementation plan. Who is going to start reporting to whom, when, what are those duties going to change, et cetera. So is Monday a sufficient time to have a
Yes.
developed implementation plan in place?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, the answer to that question is yes.
Okay. And so just based off of those 3 questions that I asked, and I have more, and I can tell from one of my colleagues' urgency to call to question. 2 of those 3 questions, the answer was no, it's not sufficient time. And I don't want to berate the list of
Right,
good
Mayor,
governance that I went through.
question on the motion to postpone so that we can deal with these things. That's the whole point of the postponement. That's why I called for the question.
Right, and my point is that Monday is not sufficient time to set in place a sufficient plan for us to move forward with this reorganization. I think that we really need to reconsider the timetable that's set in front of us. We
Okay.
want to ensure that we have an efficient and effective government that we lay before the citizens of Santa Fe.
So
they deserve it.
Mr. Mayor, there's a call for the question, and we voted down so we could continue to talk, or we voted up so we could act on the motion. If I get voted down, then I get voted down.
Okay.
Well, point of order, I think calling the question is non-debatable, isn't it? City Attorney?
Councilor Romeroworth, Mayor Weber, it is non-debatable. I'm not sure if it can stop someone who has the floor. That's what I was.
Yeah, I think you have to be recognized first, so.
Yeah, I think at the moment, Counselor Garcia has the floor, and I'm loath to interrupt him.
Well, and I would like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the matter if they feel hearing this on Monday is sufficient time. I think there's been expressed concern that there needs to be some appropriate planning put in place because there's been expressed support for this organizational restructuring. As I stated when this first came out, this looks like a good idea, but once we got into the guts of it, there were things that were missing. And as somebody that has an experience of public administration, I want to ensure that we are leaving a great government behind. And moving forward without a sufficient plan does not do that. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield the floor, but I would like to hear if any other councilors have comments on the matter, if Monday is sufficient time to put appropriate planning in place for this restructuring.
I have comments on that, Mayor, if you want to take that up, or if you want to move on to other questions, that's fine too.
Mr. Mayor, I've had my hand up for some time.
Yep. Okay. We'll go to Counselor Vihel-Coppler, then to Counselor Romero-Worth, and then Counselor Abeyta has been very patient about his effort to call the question and has waited to get the floor as well. So Counselor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia went through a litany of items where you have good governance, and a lot of those certainly relate to reorganizing. I used to teach classes on this stuff for UNM. I can tell by Counselor Garcia, he's got a great deal of experience. So, and I've been involved in organizations where this has happened, a major reorganization, the Tax and Rev Department for one, and other organizations I've worked in, District Court, Supreme Court, Los Alamos County, City of Santa Fe. There is a bit of a science to doing this to make it effective, and Counselor Garcia's points are legitimate. And I would propose that the makers of the motion reconsider the time limit, because it's like they say how you make sausage. That's what we're doing if we continue to push this through the grinder. We have to make sure this is a successful way to do business. a successful way to have good governance. And I don't know why we are debating so much the timeline and having it go so, forward so quickly, so much so that it was evident back to the very beginning that the motion that Councilor Rivera made seemed to be rehearsed. You called on him even before he raised his hand. So there is some urgency among you all to do this. And I think we need to step back and take a look at how you do this properly, how you consider the points that Councilor Garcia made. And I do not believe a finance committee on Monday is sufficient time. It is impossible to do this right. But I do have a sense that this orchestration is occurring where we're just going to push this through. And to me, that's not good governance on any of our parts here in this meeting tonight. We are missing the boat. And I mentioned earlier the process and an HR presentation that leads to an FIR. The HR director has to be part of this. And I would be interested in receiving from City Manager LaPen Hill a narrative. How did, what proceeded here? She alluded to that earlier. I want it in writing. I want to know, where was the beginning? Where was the end? Who was talked to? What divisions met? What did they want? What did they not want? Because I'm hearing it outside and you all are hearing it too. We're hearing from employees outside of this. This is wrong. We weren't consulted. What's my new job going to be? They don't know. And I'm not saying that's with everyone, but that's a result. It's a symptom of not really planning this out in accordance with the principles outlined by Councilor Garcia. There are many other principles. I researched this even before tonight. I could have outlined 10 million things as well about how we do this successfully. But for sure, we need a process. It needs to have measures in it. How do we know what we're doing is going to be successful? I mean, our building permit's going to be issued, say next day. We get a lot of complaints about that right now. Is transparency to the public going to be included on how these decisions and these discussions happened? And how are we going to gain the commentary from the public on this? Much like Midtown, you had all these different sessions that the public could join in on after they clamored to get that input. Employees are clamoring to get input behind us. You can't see them. They're on YouTube. They're in our texts. They're in our emails. The next thing is, again, how do you get this input? How do you make sure that they're part of it? And so that, I think, is what we should be discussing or leaving it to the city manager. And with enough time that we come back and we're not dealing with a sausage making product. We're dealing with good governance, and everybody feels a part of the process, including us. And I think that's the way we need to go. And so I would urge the maker of the motion to consider these things in the reasoning behind why this has to happen on Monday. I think it's impossible. I think really nothing will have changed. And if you'll produce an FIR statement based on who knows what, because you won't get that input, but that's not gonna really cut it. We'll still have sausage. So those are my points, and I would ask the maker of the motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth and then Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think some of what's being asked for is what happens once we have approved a reorganization, and it is the work of implementing. And I think, I don't know that we will ever satisfy some of these counselors because if you had wanted to work on this, you would have told us that the FIR was deficient, and we would have, been able to have that remedied. So, and I think we're not understanding what our roles are here. We have been talking about this reorganization for 2 months. We spent the budget hearings talking about it. We talked about how the budget was being shaped to potentially plan for this. We have this proposal has gone through 3 different committees. All of the counselors have heard it, have had the chance to weigh in on it, have had the chance to ask staff. So we have done our due diligence, and if we want to approve it, then we need to approve this bill and let the administration work on implementing. If there are counselors who don't want to see this happen, then as Councilor Abeyta said earlier tonight, vote no. That's absolutely your prerogative. And so
On that point, Mr. Mayor, on that point, we were not provided sufficient documentation for this proposed reorganization. So we were told that that's what the committee process is for. I hope I'm not being singled out as one of those that are against this. I'm against bad policy. This is bad policy. As I said, I would love for our government to work more efficiently and effectively. That's why I was originally supporting this, because some of the ideas proposed are great, but we need to ensure that there are proper systems in place to ensure that greatness. So to come with the notion that people are against it straight up is wrong. It's absolutely not true, because I was in support of this. But as somebody who did not get the meat to evaluate until the committee, it's too late. And you're telling me I had to have had a crystal ball to reach out to the city manager to understand things I didn't know? That's not fair. And I think what we need to do is ensure this process is successful, because that's what I want. I would like for us to put forth a proposal of restructuring that is going to lead to success. I do see some things in here that is great, but we need to ensure the systems are in place to make sure that happens. And there are not the systems in place. And when proposed reorganization is put forth, that's when the plans are made. You don't put the plan after it's approved. You put the plan in place and then you approve it based on the plan. So with that, I just wanted to that point, because we were not given information. We were given little information at the committee hearing. We had to pick and piece it apart to determine what it kind of looked like. And then when we got the information at committee meetings, it wasn't sufficient, because we had to keep going back and asking for more information. And so that's a pure example of we needed to ensure that with something as major as this, there are appropriate systems in place. There's appropriate information supporting the reasoning and justification for it. And that way, once it hits us at committee, we review that documentation and we say, oh, great, good job, Mayor. You came up with a great plan. But we want to ensure that there is the sufficient systems in place, and that's not here. And I'm willing to help to build those. I am, but it's going to take time. It's not going to take a week. It's going to take time, and I'm willing to put in the time and effort to help be part of a work group to determine what's needed. Put me in, coach. I'm willing to help. So with that, thank you for allowing me on that point of order.
Thank you. Councilor Romero.
And by the way, that was not a point of order. That was on that point. So all I want to say is I think the bill is in front of us. It says specifically what restructuring is going to happen. There's a lot of work to be done. This is not the end of this conversation. The administration has a lot of work to be done. We, as the legislative body, approve the legislation that says we're reorganizing, and then the executive has a lot of work to do in terms of many of the things that have been pointed out here. So I'm not interested in amending my motion. I think that we have had plenty of time to look at this, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything written down or pre-rehearsed, but I do want to say that the reason I brought this up so quickly was that both Councilor Garcia and Councilor Vigil-Koppler had as much time as they wanted at the Public Works meeting to address whatever they had to, uninterrupted. You know, typically committee meetings, you ask questions. There were times where no questions were asked. They were allowed to say what they wanted as often as they wanted. So my feeling tonight was that all that had already been vetted and was put out. And unfortunately, I think tonight, even though if everything would have been perfect the way everybody wants it, there would have still been issues. There would have still been problems. People would have still had some reason to go back. And I think you can nitpick this for the next 5 years and still not have any kind of plan to move forward. When you're dealing with more than 1,000 employees, you're never going to have consensus. Somebody's always going to hate the plan, hate the idea, hate the move. So what do you do then? And again, you can nitpick this until you're blue in the face and it'll never change. So just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor. I do support the motion.
Thank you. I'm going to call for the vote in 1 second, but I think some really interesting managerial points have been made by both Councilor Garcia and Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler. And I think if you want to get into the management weeds for a minute, and I did get an email over the weekend to this point, we should talk a minute about what this is and what this isn't. There is a process, and maybe both Councilor Garcia and Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler have done this in their own careers, that was very popular in the 80s and 90s called re-engineering the corporation, where people looked at process flows, at systems, analytics, at charting the work that was done across an entire organization, to Councilor Vihel-Coppler's point about what's the best way to effectively and smoothly put building permits out. And re-engineering the corporation is very much a work where you engage all the employees in an ongoing conversation about the best way to restructure jobs, redefine roles, rewrite job descriptions. That's not what we're doing here. That's not this step. That's a completely different process. That is a quality control process. That's a process that was used in many large corporations to make their operations more efficient and to change the horizontal structure of that organization. It's what Mr. Deming pioneered with the quality movement. Maybe we'll do that, but not with this. With this, we're creating teams of parts of the organization to work collaboratively in some new structures. As the city manager pointed out, very few people will have their reporting relationships or basic jobs changed by virtue of this bill. What may happen in the next 2-3 years will be a gradual blending of organizational processes and practices. And over time, a reimagining of some of the horizontal business processes that the city now uses. But we're not really talking about this at this moment. The other thing that is worth pointing out is that over the last 10 years at least, city government has done year after year changes to the org chart with absolutely no history of creating metrics for performance, broad gauged community or employee engagement, a massive process of creating an evaluation mechanism. Now, maybe those are all great things that should have been done for the past 10 years. When we did away with the deputy city manager position, we really didn't evaluate whether the people who were being asked to report directly to the city manager thereafter were having their work lives disrupted or not. It seemed to be the right thing to do as an efficiency measure and in line with our effort to reduce bureaucracy and redundancy. We're still not creating a deputy city manager, as Councilwoman Villarreal has expressed some support for, but at the moment, we're taking an intermediate step of trying to create structures that are more effective develop more teamwork, build more collaboration, and create forward-looking opportunities to be even more accountable in the services we deliver to the people of the city. So with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion that's in front of this governing body.
Yes. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Absolutely not.
Councilor Villarreal,
No, I don't think 2 weeks is sufficient to get enough input, and it doesn't really consider the possibility of a reorganization, doing it incrementally like I've asked.
Councilor,
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Moving this forward so quickly is not good governance. So we must determine how we're going to move forward. If we're going to determine good governance is going to set our path forward. So with that, I'll vote no.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
very good. Thank you for the very spirited discussion, and Councilor Garcia, thank you for identifying the need to take a look at the financial implication. We'll be starting that on Monday with the Finance Committee. I know Councilor Abeyta always welcomes not only members of his committee, but anyone who wishes to attend, as he did during the budget process. We were all welcome to be there and to participate. And I know you would extend that same invitation on Monday, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor,
with this short notice, I have commitments on Monday and I am not going to be able to attend. And that really upsets me. So I won't be there. And I can't change what I have going. So this is another example of hogwash. Thank you.
thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else before we adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.